We had very, very good talks today having to do with Russia, Ukraine. Something could be happening.
Subordination can mean a lot of
We
different
likewise
things.
had very good talks on
The term smart hub has
Iran.
been around.
Iran looks like it wants to make a deal very badly. We have to see what that deal is.
Almost as
One,
long
I think
as
Iran looks like they want to make a deal very badly,
25 years.
as they should.
It's been around.
Last time they decided maybe not to do it, but I think they probably feel differently. We'll see what the deal is. It'll be different than last time.
Now home automation is
We have a
taking
big
on
armada, we have a big fleet
meaning
heading
because
in that direction.
before
Be there
home
pretty
automation
soon.
meant
So we'll see how that works out.
one place in your
The stock market, as you know, broke a number that they thought was going to be impossible to break.
lights,
Certainly during my first year, they said
audio, video.
you could do it in your fourth year. By the fourth year, we broke 50,000 on the Dow. Most people thought that was not possible to do so quickly. We did it
Staying heads up, hands
for
free.
about 3 years ahead of schedule.
The real one.
Prices are way down. You don't hear the Democrats talking about affordability anymore, which they caused the affordability problem very badly. But you don't hear that word. I haven't heard that word spoken in a week and a half
Remote access.
because they can't speak because the prices are down.
And then you can
Energy's
automate
down. If you look at oil,
the same
if you look at
app
gasoline,
in conjunction with say
the gallon of gasoline in
and you can do
Iowa was there
so now the cost
this week, 185, 189, and 199. So that's it's that way in a lot of places. So gasoline is way down, energy's down,
turn on the lamp.
groceries are down.
One way.
We've broken the Biden
It's certain
disaster, the
times that
mess
you
that I
can do
inherited.
that.
The border is extremely secure. It's been 9 months with 0 people coming in illegally. I think the immigration problem is we're doing very well. And
From
crime
that same effort.
is at a record low for 125 years. Just
And
announced.
setting up a schedule.
Lowest has been since 1900. That's pretty good. That's a long time. So, do you have any questions, John?
Mr. President, media post that you took down earlier today, the White House says that a staffer sent it. Who sent it, and are you going to fire him?
No, I looked at it, I saw it, and I just looked at the first part. It was about voter fraud in someplace, Georgia. There was a lot of voter fraud, 2020 voter fraud. And I didn't see the whole thing. I guess during the end of it, there was some kind of I wouldn't like it either, but I didn't see it. I looked at the first part, and it was really about voter fraud and machines, how crooked it is, how disgusting it is. Then I gave it to the people. Generally, they look at the whole thing, but I guess somebody didn't. And they posted, and we took it down, and we but that was a voter fraud that nobody talks about. They don't like to talk about that.
These lights
Processed
And we took it down as soon as we found out about it.
Mr.
President, a number of Republicans are calling on you to apologize for that. Is that something you're going to do?
No, I didn't make a mistake. I mean, I look at a lot of thousands
So
of
that
things.
Z-Wave technology
And
is
I
really
looked at the beginning of it, it was fine.
driving.
They had that one post, and I guess it was a takeoff. By the way, a lot of people covered, if you look at where it came from, I guess it was a takeoff of The Lion King. And certainly it was a very strong post in terms of voter fraud. Nobody knew that that was at the end. If they would have looked, they would have seen it. And probably they would have had the sense to take it down. That was a takeoff of The Lion King. And a lot of people were covered.
But it has a camera built into it.
At different
It
positions.
also has a motion detector built into it.
But I
It
spoke
allows
to
you to be able to
Tim Scott. He was great.
set
Tim
it
is a
so
great guy.
someone
He
comes
understood
up
that
on the
100%.
Go
ahead.
Mr. President, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner met with Iran's foreign minister today. You also had Brad Cooper there, the head of CENTCOM. The deal doesn't look like it's been reached yet. How long are you willing to wait?
It can be reached. Well, you have to get in position. We have plenty of time. If you remember Venezuela, we waited around for a while, and we're in no rush. We have very good talks going with Iran. We have very good talks going with Russia and Ukraine. We're doing a lot of good talking, and I think we had the results today were with Iran. It was a meeting. We're going to meet again early next week. And they want to make a deal, Iran, as they should want to make a deal. They know the consequences. If they don't make a deal, the consequences are very steep. So we'll see what happens. But they had a very good meeting with a very high representative of Iran, and we'll see how it goes.
Personal loan brought in
I'd love to see that if we could.
the biggest
do
money
that.
in the last 10 years.
Moved 228
Is there a deal that is acceptable that's only covers with Iran? Is there a deal that only covers nuclear that would be acceptable to you because they don't
USABack.org.
anything else like
Do they increase security? I think
One thing right up front, no nuclear weapons.
Now you can see that that's your partner.
If we could have made that deal 2 years ago, we would have made that deal, but they weren't willing to do that. Now they are willing to do it. So they're willing to do much more than they would have
Packages.
a year and a half ago, or even a year ago. Don't forget, we've only been doing this for exactly 1 year, and we started with them a few months after the beginning of this term. This term has been amazing, but the results could surprise me. If they would have offered this deal originally when we first started, it would have been accepted immediately. We'll see what happens.
Mr. President, a number of people in the MAGA base say they aren't satisfied with the administration just focusing on deporting violent criminals. That they, I'm Natalie Ellison with the Washington Post.
We're having a hard time getting readers. Washington Post is doing very poorly. Go ahead. You have a very bad attitude. Go ahead.
Well, a number of people in your base say that they want to see all illegal immigrants deported, even ones who are
Let me tell you
otherwise
about my
not.
base. Let me tell you about my base. My base has never been stronger. My base is me and other very good people that love our country. And if you talk about my base or the MAGA base, you could call it a lot of America First base. They couldn't be more thrilled. We have crime down to the lowest level that it's been in 125 years. We have a border that's totally closed. We have all the things that our base wanted, and we have the best economy in history. Prices are down. We inherited very high prices and the highest inflation in the history of our country. Think of it, the highest in 48 years. Some people say 48 years, but I'll take either one. So my base is very happy.
Would you support mass deportations of people who are otherwise law-abiding?
See everybody, but we're focusing on the criminals. We're focusing on killers. We're focusing on ultimately, they all broke the law. Some can, if they do it in a certain way, they can go out, they can come back, if they do it properly. But as you know, a lot of people have been deported, a lot. But the focus is on the murderers, the drug dealers. We have many people mentally insane. They dumped everything in our country. But ultimately, yeah, it's exactly as I said during the campaign.
Mr. President, can you set the record straight? There are reports circulating that you told Chuck Schumer that in order to restore funding for the Gateway train tunnel in New York, New Jersey, you would want Penn Station and Dulles Airport to be named after you. Is that
He suggested that to me. Chuck Schumer suggested that to me about changing the name of Penn Station to Trump Station. Dulles Airport is really separate. Dulles Airport is really not too involved with Congress. It's a separate kind of a deal, as you know. But it was suggested to me by numerous people, unions, Democrats, Republicans. A lot of people suggested it. Nothing's been done on that.
You frequently criticize Joe Biden for not knowing what is going on in his name. This racist video that was posted on social media.
Hell of a lot better than you do. You don't know what's going on. No, Joe Biden didn't have a clue. But we know everything. You look at what's happening with our economy, think of it, we're way years ahead of schedule. We have thousands and thousands of businesses being built right now, so Joe Biden had no clue. If Joe Biden were elected or if Kamala were elected, we wouldn't have a country right now.
You won the election because of minority voters. Does this post maybe hurt Republicans with, black voters after the referendum?
No, look, we did criminal justice reform. I did the historically black colleges and universities. I got them funded. Nobody has been, and that's why I got the highest vote with male black voters that they've seen in many, many decades. I've done great with them. Black voters have been great to me. I've been great to them. Black voters have been great to me. I've been great to them. And I am, by the way, the least racist president you've had in a long time, as far as I'm concerned. We have, I've had a great relation. Think of what I've done. Criminal justice reform. Nobody else could do it. Obama couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. Clinton couldn't do it. They actually went the other way. They went into a very bad thing for African American people, black people. They went to it. They did very bad things. I did very good things. But criminal justice reform, and then I funded the universities, which nobody else was willing to do. They were going every year. They'd come back to Washington and they'd be begging for money, begging. I got to be friendly with some of the heads of the schools, and they would come back and they would literally tell me they're forcing us to beg. I'm the one that got them long-term financing and more than they were looking for. So there's nobody that's done more. And I think maybe more than anything else was criminal justice reform. They've been trying to get it for years, and I'm the one that got it done. So nobody can tell me about that. That somebody posts, a staffer, posts. And I knew it was all about, if you take a look at that and see the whole thing, it was a small section at the very end. But that was about fraudulent elections, which we have a lot of them. We're going to get it stopped. And I liked the beginning. I saw it and just passed it on. And I guess probably nobody reviewed the end of it because what I saw at the beginning was really, really strong. It was about fraudulent elections. And anytime I see that stuff and when it's credible, you put it up. But somebody slipped and again, to take off one, I guess. I didn't do it, by the way. This was done by somebody else. This was a retruth. That was not done by us. But I would say very strong truth. There was a very strong statement made about the fraudulent elections in a certain part of our country, which are really bad.
You promised Savannah Guthrie's family the full support of federal law enforcement. FBI is now announced.
I'll give you a little statement. I think we're doing very well.
Copy calling tomorrow due to
I think we're doing very well. Very well, meaning we have some clues, I think, that are very strong. And I think we could have some answers coming up fairly soon.
Is this a nationwide search? Is this a search going to Mexico?
I'm talking about a search. I'm talking about a solution. We have some things I think that will maybe come out reasonably soon from DOJ or FBI or whoever that could be, could be definitive.
So
A lot's taken place in the last couple of hours. A lot of things have happened with regard to that horrible situation in the last couple of hours.
Mr. President, at the very least, do you condemn the racist parts of the video?
Of course I do.
The Dow and S&P have done really well under you, Mr. President.
Who?
The Dow and S&P have done very well under you. Do you think that there's still more?
Everything's done well.
Do you think there's still more?
Everything. What hasn't done well?
Do you think there's still more to do for Americans who can't afford to invest in the stock market?
Well, I brought prices way down. You don't hear it anymore. You know, when I first came in, the Democrats were screaming affordability, and I just got there. Remember eggs? Because eggs were up 4 times higher than they ever were. And that was, I think, my first press conference was about 3 days in, and they were screaming about eggs. I said, I didn't do it, they did it. We got the eggs down, we got the groceries down, we got it all down. It's really going good. Now we have interest rates. We have a great new Fed person coming in, hopefully soon. Interest rates are trending downward, even without that. And it's been amazing. I mean, we have potentially the greatest economy in history. If you look at what's happened, $18 trillion. We have $18 trillion coming in. No other country's gotten anywhere near that. No other country. China, nobody. And I think we have potentially the greatest, and you're going to see that when these factories that are being up, we have car plants, AI plants, many plants, and thousands of businesses right now are being built. When they start opening up in a year from now, less than a year from now, it's going to be something that I don't think we've ever witnessed before in this country. Nobody's ever seen investment like this. We have never seen anything like it. So it's very exciting. But when you add that to the best crime numbers we've ever had, when you add that to so many other things, the wall, as an example, we had a border that was out of control. 25 million people came in during 4 years of Biden. We have nobody coming in. They come in, but they come in legally. They have to come in legally. Our country's doing really well.
Mr. President, you're suing the federal government about your taxes. And, I'm wondering, is it fair to ask the American people to pay for that?
Well, anything I win, I'm going to give 100% to charity.
But that still takes it from the American people.
No, because they give money to charity. They give away $40 billion a year to charity, our government. You know, our government gives away $40 billion plus a year to charity. So anything I win from that, but when they go and release your tax returns, which is totally illegal, people go to jail for that, and they've already found a person that did it, and as you know, they got in big trouble. And based upon that and other things we did sue, and anything I win, I'm giving 100% to charity. Really good, very, very good and respected charities.
You decided to win?
The Winter Olympics begin this weekend, Mr. President.
I just spoke to Marco Rubio. I just spoke to J.D. Vance. They're over in Italy. And representing us. Doing a great job.
Did you see that the Vice President got booed during the opening ceremony, though? What do you make of that sort of frosty? The Vice President got booed during the opening ceremony. What do you make of that frosty?
Is it true?
Yeah.
It's surprising because people like him. Well, I mean, he is in a foreign country, you know, in all fairness, but he doesn't get booed in this country.
Is there a particular sport you're interested in seeing?
In the Super Bowl, who are you going for?
What, the game?
The Super Bowl, yeah.
I can't say that. But they are really two good teams. Very interesting because you had one quarterback who looks like he wasn't going to make it, and he made it. And then you have another one who's young, and they probably wish they played him last year, right? He's done great. But you have two great teams. And Bob Kraft is a fabulous owner, a friend of mine. New England's amazing that they're there. Who would think? It's like a second, you can't say dynasty yet. They had a dynasty. You have to win a lot of games before you create another one. But I think it's going to be a great game. There's a lot of interesting storylines. That'd be very interesting.
Many Americans were offended by the video.
Many presidents have dreamed
I
of
didn't know about
the final blow beyond
message. All I know is, here's my message. Our country has never been in a position like this. We're a laughing stock all over the world, and now we're a country that's respected more than we've ever been respected before. If you go back a year and a half ago, our country was a laughing stock, and now we're respected all over the world, like probably almost never before. I would say maybe like never before. And you know, it's if you look at it from an economic standpoint, the King of Saudi Arabia said it, others said it. We were not a country that was even thought of as a country that was going to make it back. And in 1 year, we're the hottest country. We are right now the hottest country anywhere in the world. So that's my message. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Been amazing. They say, why do we?
Hello, everybody. It's gone light. I think the trip was great. We had a lot of good response, even from the fake news. And I think Greenland's going very well. It's in negotiation.
Every time you
And I think
choose
what
not
we
to
did today was
humor the world is working now. That is no small amount. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs, poison for people. Deadly serious about getting back.
Just went out with the letters. A lot of people are joining. Now we have a flight back, and we'll be landing in 4 hours and 45 minutes. They're going to be very late for dinner, but that'll be okay.
And Johnny is a person, not her target.
Some of the elements of the Greenland concept that you can tell that there was a
Really a negotiation, but it's infinity. The time limit is infinity, meaning there is no time limit. It's forever. So, you hear about 99 years, 50 years. It's forever. That was discussed. We can do anything we want. We can do military. We can do anything we want. And it's being negotiated, and let's see what happens. I think it'll be good.
Would the U.S. have
No price. There's no purchase price.
would the U.S. have pockets of sovereignty over parts?
We have a lot of great things in the deal. And don't forget, they're also good for Europe. Because, when we're good, they're good. And if we're not good, that's not very good for them. Because we hold it all together. We're holding it all together.
Does that actually give you control of land in Greenland? Does it give U.S. control ownership of land?
Whatever we want. We're all going to work together. And actually, NATO is going to be involved with us. We're going to be doing in conjunction, parts of it in conjunction with NATO, which is really the way it should be.
Will the U.S.
won't have any expense because we're not going to have expense. Other than building the Golden Dome, we're going to build the Golden Dome. And we'll have participation in that also. The cost of the Golden Dome, we'll have participation in that also, meaning with the expense of it. And it'll be like no other. I mean, our technology is incredible.
Is Denmark signed off on this? Are they on board with this concept? Is Denmark on board with this concept?
I think everyone likes it. I think. I'll let you know in about 2 weeks.
Have you spoken with Denmark about this plan?
Secretary General Mark is a great guy. He's a great guy, and he's spoken to everybody.
When you spoke with the NATO Secretary General, did you talk about U.S. military presence in Greenland?
We talked about everything, and you saw him yesterday. He was interviewed on Brent Bear, and he was very happy. He was very convinced this is a good deal for everybody.
Ukraine, how did your conversation go with President Zelensky?
We had a conversation. I've had numerous conversations on Ukraine. It'd be nice to end that war. It costs us nothing. We make money. I don't want to make money, but we make money. Despite $350 million, a lot of money, but it's not about the money. It's about 25 to 30,000 soldiers a month, mostly soldiers, a month of being killed.
Did you sign a security deal? Were you able to sign them?
No, Jared are right now on the way to Moscow, so we'll see how that works out.
What kind of polarizing and toxic in this country? It's
the strongest signal you can send is
files remain. It's a whole other story to take them on after turning 70. Let me tell you something.
New files sorted. 23 placed in worded folders.
Center for Legal Services, sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. Attention cancer victims who use the weed killer Roundup. A federal jury unanimously found that Monsanto's
Quarantine 0 empty folders.
was a substantial
219 traffic, 361 the S-curve. $361 the S-curve. Start another unit. And copy.
116 million was the budget, but savings both in the estimate and then in the actual at 110.6. And then transitioning to the other part of our budget, which is our capital improvement plan. These are large projects that are primarily funded through voter-approved bond programs, or we don't show them here, but our utility operation has a lot of capital investment as well. So 3 bond programs that the voters overwhelmingly approved are listed here. The
rare earth mine. Officials say they hope that it will kickstart a new age of American energy independence.
Those minerals are crucial in the manufacturing of both tech products and military hardware. Fox's Kelly Sabiri takes us there.
That's about $1 million you tossed them.
With shovels in the ground, Ramaco opens the first new rare earth mine in the United States in over 70 years. The North Wyoming coal deposit is a treasure trove of 6 of the 17 rare earth elements. The company's CEO says it can provide the U.S. with 150 years worth of supply.
We will be mining it here, we will be processing it on this site, and we will sell it to domestic customers. And that will be our answer to China.
For decades, the U.S. and its allies have banked on China to provide 70% of both the U.S. and the world's rare earth imports. They're known as rare because of the difficulty of extracting the minerals from a raw lump of coal. The only other working rare earth mine in the U.S. is California's Mountain Pass mine.
It's quite different from the other rare earth element mine that's in California. This is in soft rock, it's shallow, it's easy to access, and the volume of it is simply gigantic.
At Mountain Pass's peak, the U.S. was the world leader in extracting these coveted materials in the 1960s. Back then, the elements were used for color televisions and early electronics. Now rare earths are used in everything from the Nintendo Switch 2 to warplanes like Lockheed Martin's F-35 stealth fighter. Each aircraft includes 920 pounds of rare earth materials. The situation around these materials is becoming even more dire when in April, China halted exporting them in retaliation to President Trump's tariffs.
They've spent almost $60 billion buying up rare earth assets around the world. So they would not like to see this happen.
Ramaco CEO says they've only studied about a third of the land that they have here, which means that the capabilities could be even greater than what we know today. In Ranchester, Wyoming, Kelly Saberi, Fox Business.
Research.
All right, this is Fox's alert breaking moments ago. President Trump weighed in on the Guthrie investigation from aboard Air Force One. Take a listen.
Doing very well in that regard. You're probably surprised to hear that. I think we're doing very well. Very well, meaning we have some clues, I think, that are very strong. And I think we could have some answers coming up very soon. I think we're doing very well.
Let's hope that's all true. We will continue to update you with any developments in the case. First, a huge win for the administration and our justice system after
that one way or the other, but I do know that she's violating the law. And if you just look at the eyewitness account, they were saying she was there to prevent the enforcement of the law. She was trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. That much is obviously clear. The rest of it, of course, is part of the reason why we need that.
President Trump on issues like terror, concern that President Trump is losing his grip on Republicans.
Happened right here on this program in 2016. I spoke with Chris Toronto, who was stationed at the CIA annex. That was less than a mile away. And he revealed that instead of going to help, which he and if his fellow CIA guys wanted to do, they were told to stand down repeatedly. Take a listen. How many times were you told to stand down that night? You were at the CIA annex, what, about a mile or two away, right?
Not even that, but 3/4 of a mile, the crow flies. If it would have taken us even on foot, if we would have been uninhibited.
issues and ease of use issues are areas that need attention. The reaction, yet again, wasn't very kind. In the end, this story is less about Windows changing and more about Microsoft's priorities. The company found a model that maximizes shareholder value, but it comes at the cost of the user experience. So the real question is whether Microsoft is willing to put users first, even if that means earning a little less. But as Linux software compatibility improves, especially for games.
30 minutes we were told to wait, and then the words stand down were used. You know what? It's been
at least
shown,
3 times you told me, right?
At least three times. Twice the words wait were used. Once the word
Location, certain dash, location,
Driving a car. You know more different to different cities, to different cities as part of presentation, effort to ramp up deportation, details. And we are still waiting for more details. People.
People that are victims of crime. So we got a lot to talk about tonight. Let's get your take.
We do, Sean, and I'm thrilled to be with you tonight because, as you know, in 2012, this was a passion for me as it was for you, because we knew that we were being lied to. We knew that when they said it was a peaceful protest that went awry, or there were just a few troublemakers, or that when President Obama said, quote, we did everything we could. The
Video graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card. We need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
That some stuff is not
and it's for most definitely in stock, and it's available for pickup or delivery. And
there are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure to pilot.
What all these changes had in common was they kept people connected to Microsoft's online services. And this is where the bigger picture becomes clear. Windows is the surface. The real product is the network of services.
Banner Block East Broadway, or X-Ray King 640, or X-Ray King 40.
What you pay attention to grows.
6 months, none of the units on the call is 536.
Smith, the mother of Sean Smith. And I befriended her when I had my show. And she texted me today and she said, you know, my son Sean said to me, Mom, I'm going to die. They're not going to send help. And this was, for most Americans, Sean, and for me in particular, the first time in my life that I realized that the American cavalry wasn't coming for you. And right now, we know the difference between the presidents because it is President Trump who has made the decision to bring the American cavalry in to protect Americans. And that's why last night I was able to talk to the family of Ambassador Stevens and Sean Smith and Tyrone Woods, as well as Glenn Doherty. Spoke to all of them, and they were thrilled. They didn't expect this. I was on the tarmac at 3 in the morning. I wanted to see that dirtbag Bakush get off that jet and make sure that he got into the hands of American law enforcement. My office indicted him 2 months ago. The indictment was unsealed today. I knew that this was a case where American justice had to stand up and the American citizens would be able to see a president who believes in justice. It's an 8-count indictment. This guy, Bakush, was one of the main people. He's charged with supporting terrorism and providing material support to terrorism that resulted in the murder of several, in addition to the murder of Sean Smith, Ambassador Stevens, and the attempted murder of Scott Wickland. Arson. These people, when they couldn't breach Villa C, where Ambassador Stevens was with Sean
There's much more choice, but also more power.
Online balance of power shifts away from the merchant toward the customer because customers have great information online. They can price compare very easily, all sorts of things like that. Also, the customers can tell each other what they find out. They can use the internet as a megaphone.
I am not alive. 30 years ago, Bezos was a banker in New York. He saw the number of people using the internet, then a brand new technology.
Just press radio. King North Frank 6747. King North Frank 67. Awesome.
Be safe on deck at 12 after.
And so with Cash Patel, Dan Bongino, and with the help of Marco Rubio, we got Bakush back. We got him back last night. And we are not done yet, Sean. There are more of those people, those peaceful protesters. That was nonsense. They went on the Sunday morning shows and they lied to us. And then they said, what difference does it make? It makes a lot of difference. You should have heard the family members last night. And they're texting me, please tell President Trump how grateful we are. We knew that he stood for us. We knew he would never forget. And this indictment will be prosecuted by my office, just like the other two Benghazi defendants.
There's people inside of the house. There's people inside of the house.
What the fuck is happening? Who are
19, copy 27. Two five seven one 5361. 2571 5361. Teresa Anna Martinez, Corpus.
outside of just the trust funds. So this is when you combine the two, you have the 50% of TERS reinvestment, plus you have the pivot for Mirabella. Hopefully that will continue to grow in that aspect to try and fund some of this infrastructure beyond what we can do with the trust funds. So this is not just using I think this is in the right direction. Good way to
to check out your license, not only the license plate, but not only where you've been, but where you have been. There we go again. Check out this next video where I break down how cops are using your license plate data and what you can do about it. See you over there.
Mozilla Alert, Mozilla, Firefox, ATTdhQWKAK.
Is infectious. Your enthusiasm, encouraging to so many others, will come and get you. Judge Pirro, good to see you. Up.
And I work for this president and Pam Bondi. They let us do it.
They did.
The mind that refuses to play predator.
To the world, he was destroyed. The genius, the force, searching, carrying hollow carved the more dazzling price, the deeper the shadows seem to fall.
Predictions with Clay Travis. I've won every bet to date. Straight ahead. Hey, Sean.
I had a good meeting, but I've had, numerous good meetings with President Zelensky, and it doesn't seem to happen. It's funny, I put out a 35-year war in a day, a 32-year war in 2 days, and other wars, the worst was like 4 days, and this one goes on and on forever, and actually they may have been more complex.
Why will we see if they can accept?
One 22, I'm in route to our location.
One 51, they advise they will not accept.
One for 1-4.
To be for fraud, but for property greater than 20,000 or less than 500,000.
Yeah.
potential to generate thousands more smaller pieces as they continue their orbital path around the planet. This has been condemned by the US Army as a deliberate disregard for the security, safety, stability, and long-term sustainability of the space domain for all nations. The fallout from this single test will pose a threat to activities in outer space for years to come, and will make collision avoidance even trickier for satellites trying to maintain magnitude.
I'll be on scene doing the inventory of the vehicle so they can do booking. Shit. What for?
Like our legal said, these are maximums. And I am not going to be someone in favor of implementing so many fees that it burdens our local businesses. We've been offering these services. What I didn't see in the presentation is if there is a gap presented between service and what this new bill is saying that we need to provide in services. Because we do, we go out and we inspect, we do all those things.
Setting, clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's a recent kernel, recent drivers, be able to run that on your computer without it is a
7 on the dispatch seems to be cleared here at Staple Street, please.
Arriving at 200 and mileage 17672, 17672.
I'm gonna be at 200 for my paperwork. Nineteen dispatch, did you get the charge?
You're gonna be
10-402, thank you.
I'll be 10-8. Negative estimate.
Do you think that trilateral that the U.S., Russia, and Ukraine are having in Abu Dhabi this weekend leads to a trilateral between you, Putin, and Zelensky?
Look, it's all good. Anytime we meet, it's good. If you don't meet, nothing's going to happen. I mean, for the first 3 years, nobody met. Under Biden, nobody met. And you know one thing, if you don't meet, nothing's going to happen. So we are meeting, and we'll see what happens. I hope we can save a lot of lives. That's all.
Go ahead.
I'm 10-8. Can you put the residents on extra patrol 2 weeks?
Living there, they've got bows and arrows and all that shit.
It's not Papua New Guinea.
Somewhere on the outskirts of that, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. And somebody turned up there and they got fucking cannibal.
Yeah, there we are. We're there.
Yeah.
Still got us down the side of the
There is
screen.
four of them places and they get fucking arrowed and shit.
Never came back.
Yeah.
You are writing your day one sentence at a time.
Rockport is a 6 days meeting.
16 day work contract.
David, last night, April 38.
Well, this is Mark from State.
and then pull up over here, get flipped off.
We set all audio.
Fuck you and drive off like a fucking punk because I come out there to settle it.
807. Gentleman put in money and birthday pass and did when they would get the change back. He's around 32 at 4 years.
All right, Jonathan, thank you very much. Here with analysis of this fact-breaking news, live from Tucson, also Paul Morrow, Fox News contributor, former NYPD inspector, also Randy Sutton, former Las Vegas police lieutenant who's seen so much in his career. Paul, it would seem, and the underline seem, that there's something to this letter, or a great coincidence that so many resources went back to the scene today shortly after receiving that letter. What are your thoughts tonight?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, it seems entirely too coincidental that they would put out the press release knowing that the impact that would have, and then clearing everybody away, that is all the media, away from the house as they brought in a whole bunch more resources to start to scrape at the crime scene area and the area around it. The other thing I would mention is that it seems that there is something in this second letter that lends it some sort of at least patina of being genuine, because unlike the fake letter that they got, they unraveled that very quickly and they made the arrest. We heard about that. The other letter, though, they've been entertaining. It wasn't cracked that easily. The same thing with this one. And here's what I'm wondering, Laura. I'm wondering if this.
It's 9:32, so the latest time is
I've shared most of my thoughts already.
That's been the demand all along, right? It's been unequivocal. Pay us. And if it has that wallet, it absolutely, almost incontrovertibly, links the two letters together as being from the same person or persons. Because a Bitcoin wallet is a very long string of letters and numbers. There's no way, that's not out. So there's no way that somebody could guess at that. And that would give it a level of genuineness to at least link it to the same person.
Let's go to Randy. Randy, another thing that we noticed.
But we're a lot easier too. I really want to.
So you want to start a business. You might think you need a team of people with fancy tech skills, but you don't. You just need GoDaddy Era. I'm Walton Goggins, and as an actor, I'm an expert at looking like I know what I'm doing. GoDaddy Arrow uses AI to create everything you need for it. Make you a unique logo, or create a custom website. So to write social posts for you.
Renaming complete. 200 LTAS JSON generation complete with Word.
Trim complete. Process
Energy should heal, illuminate, connect. Never files sorted. 200 and quarantined 0.
Renaming complete.
Small
23
disciplines
files
repeated
renamed.
become destiny.
New files sorted. 23 placed in worded folders.
JSON generation complete with worded
That they found a car linked to the killed gunman, which does appear to contain improvised explosive devices. Now, the bomb squad there in Sydney is probing that vehicle. They are looking for more clues. They are looking for more details about the motives. And really, a massive police investigation is now underway. But we can already say at this point that this is one of the worst gun massacres in Australian history. Will
just terrifying images.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
(800-487-0943).
And you can't have my tie either.
Starting JSON security.
I'm Jonathan Wilson. If you're 50 to 85, I have an important message about security. Write down the number on your screen so you can call when I finish. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. This is a lock for your life insurance.
In pursuit.
A rate lock that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up.
I have work order 858-158, 858-158. Address is 1021 Spain Quote. 1021 Spain Cross. It's
Terracit Dynamark security recording placement.
It should be completed with the 4033 Capitol Drive with one patrol and one unable to locate, and then the call will just need to be resequenced. 10-4.
Call by phone.
146 traffic. Or at the Birdwatch with a Louisiana plate, Nora 659-917, Nora 659-917, Hawthorne's at the Birdwatch. Super decent.
Trim complete. Processed 100.
.46, can you copy 27 out of California? David 6766282. Reading David 66282.
Our policies or procedures.
Moved 123 radio points.
But as part of that, we did agree to for the government to end these suits at Cornell, which would have cost us in excess of $30 million to fight, and was costing
909.
33
Hello. Charles, 409, Corpus, 1040.
Leading experts in the aftermarket car key industry, offering high-quality replacement options that perfectly fit your vehicle. Leveraging cutting-edge technologies, we guarantee you will receive a key that pairs seamlessly with your car. Trust us, we're your reliable resource.
First draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The application overloads the settings of
very short period of time. They were very close to having massive nuclear weapons. And these guys went in and they did a job. And that made peace possible because everybody was afraid of Iran. And now they're not afraid of Iran anymore. And Iran would like to make a deal with
Features that make terminal passes
Okay, 6 was airborne out of the Driscoll Hospital at 44 after the hour. We have 3 on board, 410 on the fuel, and 5 minutes over to the Driscoll pad.
These 2.7 are critical so that we get input from contractors so that we can move forward in the most efficient manner as possible, and keeping our eye on that partial delivery goal in November 2020.
Did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your
As I stated earlier, we're hosting this application meeting with the San Francisco Groundwater District. We do the same and then
Southwest before the Moore exit, Victor Henry John 7813, Victor Henry John 7813, Southwest before Moore.
Quarter reckless driver, 37 southbound, approaching interchange, 37 southbound, approaching interchange. It'll be an 18-wheeler swerving in and out of its lane. Got the word extra on the back of the trailer. 616 for 43, the 18-wheeler is entered Nueces County. I'm going to give them a call. Thanks. One 40 traffic.
45.
South Indian Point, Victor Paulton 0694, Victor Paulton 069.
Helping Ryoko users save thousands of dollars annually. Major internet providers are doing their best to put it out of your reach. During their years of working as technicians, Joseph and Mark witnessed how telecom companies tricked people. They watched as internet prices were artificially hiked, rising by over 5.8% per year, nearly double the rate of inflation. They saw how the data was capped, the speeds were slowed down, and hidden fees were applied. But they wanted to change that. Executives were pocketing millions of dollars in roaming fees, knowing full well that
863-0061-3863. Fuel room another unit, cost 55. 153, I'm en route.
Around.
$150. Are you on this for training, or do you want me to hold off till you get here? Just hold on till we get there. We're passing Motel 6. Yeah, well, I've got GPS out with me, too.
$144, this is clear text. That's 123.
120.
on OS 17 to the USB drive will delete everything on the USB drive. But with that noted, we'll click on Flash, and Windows will check we want to do it. Yes, we do, and it'll get on with the process. So, if we use the magic of filmmaking to speed on through, there we go. We've now created a bootable USB drive, which we can use to test or install Zorin OS 17.
Fuel 6 is airborne out of Driscoll at 59 after, 1 on board, 380 on the fuel. 4 minutes over to the Halo base.
Check 4.
Renaming complete. 100
What you pay attention to grows. What are new files sorted? 120. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded series. Linux terrorist tracking system restarted. Terracit Dynamark security recording placement.
Error back at Parkhouse.
Silence can be medicine. Trim complete. Processed 44.
Moved 47 radio transmission files. The person who stops imagining harm
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do.
choosing not to aim harmful intent.
Charles, in China, somewhere, you view India as
with two suspicious vehicles having escaped 12. The fire is
New files sorted. 24 place.
He may have walked out of the building. I'm wondering, how did he get access to the building inside the building?
That I don't have the answer if there's video inside that building. There is video inside that.
Car? Did he walk into a house? We don't know that. There was video taken inside the building where he opened fire.
Remaining complete. 47 file. New files sorted. 47 quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security LTAS JSON generation complete with
Page 2 of home now.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Working on that.
Terasit Dynamark Security Recording. Trim complete. Processed 21. Moved 23 radio transmission files.
That's a pass on that.
I've shared most of my thoughts already. Choosing not to aim harmful intent.
Linux voice control stopped.
Renaming complete. 23 files.
And the
New files sorted.
the front desk clerk
20.
that is calling reference to some guests who are just getting back and their kids are in the room and they lock the deadbolt. They can't get into the room and they want to be able to
Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded. Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
2230, show me right to small fire file top for Christmas.
Okay, this works.
You showed me out on second at Liberty, suspicious vehicle. The black Tacoma. License plate, Victor Young Tom 7680. Victor Young Tom 7680. 6227, so it's on to you. 6227, 10.
Trim complete. Process 21, quarantine 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed.
Anyway, traffic.
Anyway. Album art complete.
Robert David.
Found 0 local artworks.
Robert David 0927. Anyway, for location.
Show for having 101 race drive.
You keep coming back. I like that.
And looking for what was called a shipping that was also substantial things and not get bogged down in the ragged edges.
Scripting languages were designed to glue things together, to connect things that already worked, that already existed.
Immediately on trying it, I was just amazed and thought, this can't be as good as it is. And it was.
Be under suspicion of intoxication, I need to do SFS.
Small children, many of them, I was talking to an agent this morning, many of them have babies at home, and they are working around the clock to not only keep our country, but our world safe. And that's what Operation Summer
To be on US 59 and South Cretan Street in view
of the Department of Justice, and you're going to continue to keep doing. And they set the stage for what we're doing in Memphis. You're going to hear a lot more about that, our joint task force next week.
9700, repeating 3652 9700, Sheriff Rivas.
About all this code.
2026 Chevy
shared most of my thoughts already.
To Adam Rivas, Mathis, expires December 27, negative 29. 27 on Rivas, showing eligible, expires 2033, negative 29.
You know, we need a new coffee maker. But, no, I mean, it ain't, is it? Yeah, I mean, for an excommunicated wind turbine business, it was supposed to be.
Basically, the Dean anonymous days on this is functional data.
Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Placement.
25. 10-4. One for 6 about the suspicious vehicle at Sunset Lake. Can you copy a 28? King Lincoln Robert 7288. King Lincoln Robert 7288.
Trim complete. Processed 20.
The 28 negative 29, fires May 2015 Chevy Tahoe carry all silver and color registered to Royal San Lopez.
Moved 24 radio transmit.
10-4. One 4627. That's okay. Four 5551448 4555 1448.
Party for San Antonio, shoreline 404, 0. Got an hour flight.
Renaming and preparation complete.
I'm out with it.
$1 billion claims. Something. I'm looking at 220, juice 14 and travel 282. Each disappeared mid-transit with no survivors. And it was secretly followed by the Office of National Security Transportation.
According to the CIA, that cargo later ended up in the hands of a tariff cell and were
So, did you be transporting one patient code, one of doctors?
Renaming complete. New files sorted. When quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security.
Sorry, go ahead.
LTAS JSON generation.
19691.
Yes, Henry.
10-42.
Using technology to frighten or control another mind. Linux terrorist tracking system restarted. Terasit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan Trim complete. Processed 20. Moved 23 radio transmission files to
Two. Address is 938 Ricky Drive, and it's for a signal one inside.
Charlie, turn in the area.
Charlie, do you have a portal in?
LR Hollywood, UV of 8008, mailing on the ground near the bus stop. Work off fire dispatch 1911.
No one wins when someone's peace is...
Okay, guys.
Get my phone back to 9. I'm gonna shut it off for a while. You need me just text or finger, yeah.
I'll get out of the group. I need you.
God is love. God is the creator of all things.
No one
Has
wins
love
when someone's
has no other
peace
thing
is
it can do other than be generative. So the fact that we say that God is the creator and God and love is actually one and the same, because love is only generative. So God is love. God's the creator of all.
I like that.
Yep.
And for my final step at this Catholic church, Father Chris promised to grant me confession. But before I would do that, I had one more big...
complete. 23 file. New files sorted. 23. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security. LTAS JSON generation. Busy standby.
security nowadays.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Two.
Trim complete. Process 24.
Agent right outside the Rincon Apartments. Tobacco.
There we go, and nothing looks different, but now with Get Efficient installed, I can right click and go to Display.
And I
And the system will now reboot. And once again, we're arriving in the Mint. This time it's all Android.
Placement scan complete.
Charles, two suspicious vehicles.
Proton VPN.
Hello.
You all know what a VPN does.
Scan complete. System is.
Negative. He's stating that it appears that one space all the lights from the unit. Female jumped into the truck and the truck took off. Okay.
Well, RDK, stopping work. My understanding is code names for leak investigations of classified information from the year 2017. Is that ring a bell?
Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Placement. Trim complete. Processed 20. Moved 24 radio transmission file.
Remote attack backup activity detected.
Simulation complete with worded.
Slipper 0 sub-gigahertz activity detected.
Menu, we can go to Appearance, which offers even
Remote
more
attack vector activity detected. System boot complete. Detected 2 radio dongles.
Johnny is a person, not our target.
Okay. 28.4, 97, 53.8. 32 minutes.
Malformed file moved to quarantine.
now be okay. So let's have a further go at running the VirtualBox installer.
The DA confirming
again
to allegedly expected to appear in the court today, but his lawyer says he is not medically cleared by the
every act of restraint is an act of self-respect.
Complicated relationship. Chesky starts us off tonight at the courthouse.
Renaming complete. 24 files. New files sorted. 24. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folder. LTAS JSON generation complete with Word.
Dirt is black.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever
The night
controls
sky
their
is
impulses
black.
needs.
Right. And your shirt is black.
It is. I like my black shirt.
What is white?
vanilla ice cream is white.
When
The snow is
tracking system restarted.
Clouds are white.
Ooh, and sometimes clouds are black.
Yes.
Or,
It's going to rain.
or
to Corpus.
6 to 8.
There is no victory in making someone flinch.
Wait, hey, guys, are getting entrance at the fence if you'll stop making your way that way. That's it. In through 10.
And do note, of course, this will do exactly what it says. It will
Every
raise
time
everything
you
on the
choose
disk and
not
give us a
to
computer with a
harass,
pre-installed
you
Zone
raise.
OS, but none of the data or anything else that was previously on that drive. So, and I'll click on Install Now, and it just checks we really want to do it. Yes, we do, and I'll click on Continue. And it'll ask me a few more questions. Where am I? I am in the UK. That's fine. London is fine for my time zone. I need to create an account. just.
I would note for the record that Donald Trump has famously demonized practically every person he has ever disagreed with, therefore using his own logic he has put their lives at risk. I should know that 2 weeks ago, when I announced my decision not to go, when I announced my decision not to seek re-election, many people on both sides of the aisle, including my friends, offered me well wishes and thanked me for my service. Donald Trump, on the other hand, took the truth so and told me a quote.
09151965, repeating 09151965. Should come back to a read this. 10-4. -27 out of Rivas, via eligible for 29, -29. 10-4. The driver, the passenger, and the vehicle are going to be released to the gentleman that I just ran. 10-4.
Every time you choose not to harass.
News anchor Tom Yamas takes us through this extraordinary moment in geopolitics.
Tonight, Venezuelan dictator Nicolás Maduro arriving in New York to stand trial.
Processed 20.
After that daring secret U.S. mission to capture him. Video showing explosions over downtown Caracas and choppers flying over the city as the U.S. captured Maduro and his wife.
This was one of the most...
Okay, and then 9:15, the last one.
At least...
My colleagues from threats to our First Amendment rights to free speech and freedom of the press. And when another journalist is arrested, the automatic, ingrained response is to defend the truth teller, to object to any efforts to silence or restrict their reporting or their ability to do so. And when news broke Don Lemon had been arrested for his role in that St. Paul church protest, my very first reaction was surprise and concern.
My archive is almost exhausted.
Going to be pulling into the 100 block of South Pirate with Texas William Tomboy 8272. William Tomboy 8272.
219 or 95 has been released.
219.
Renaming complete. 21. New files sorted. 21. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders.
Vehicle resident Elizabeth, 4913
LTAS JSON.
MST3, anything taking the call for you? But I haven't recalled that area on here.
Placement scan complete.
Bravo 8,
215.
215, go ahead.
I'll be transporting one adult female to St. Pat, beginning mileage 17673, 17673.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Stand by for EMS page. Allegiance EMS. EMS only. I have a female, 43-year-old female standing behind y'all's back door, needing some assistance. She's not feeling well. Copy, we'll be taking care of that.
Terrasit Dynamark Security Recording Placement. Trim complete. Processed 23 quarantine. Moved 24 radio transmission.
3C1004. And overall quality. This is where evaluator agent will refine and correct any potential errors the planner agent may have made using rule-based or MM-based checks. The evaluator agent and planner agent will then talk back and forth until
peace does not need to disturb the next
So you're going to want to have, with cases like this that have such a specialized nexus, you're going to want to have the best and the experts on everything. So you're going to have
A calm voice creates calmer days. Renaming complete. 24 files. New files sorted. 24 placed in Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAF song generation complete with word and
I need to do a lot of work on the thresholding. Sometimes all these sort of blue dots appear, and that's basically me. If I go close to sensor,
Survivors of childhood sexual abuse suffer in silence for the rest of their lives. It does not have to be this way.
If you were sexually abused as a child in the Mormon Church, join other survivors by calling the number on your screen for a free consultation today.
Call 800-417-3606. That's 800-417-3606.
Technology prices control another line of the opposite 372 orally enforced.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
ISO, and finally, if you want the extension pack, sudo apt install virtualbox xpack, where, as we've seen previously, it'll ask you to accept the non-open source license. And I will include these three commands down in the video description. Right, with that hopefully helpful diversionary point made, shall we create a
The 901 Lucas Room.
Report.
Room for two. Room for two.
Okay, super.
Go ahead.
I have work order 858.
We're going to be clear on this usual second service.
Terrasit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan Complete.
Our closest partner, and it's always a pleasure. Tonight's program is being videotaped by C-SPAN for later broadcast, so I would ask your cooperation to turn off all cell phones and other electronic devices. Thank you. Also, following the presentation, our speaker will be taking your questions from the stage. As you know, Bill Brands is a master teacher, and tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we are all students.
Moved 22 radio transmission file.
Renaming.
Separating problematic portion while keeping the intact. End quote. Given the current challenges including myself,
Between the thought and the action. Renaming complete. 22. New files sorted. 22. Play. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded series.
By the media,
So all our generators have an annual maintenance program.
all our generators, yeah.
There is no victory in making someone flinch at Linux terrorist tracking system restarted. Terasit Dynamark Security Recording Placement. Trim complete. Processed 24. Moved 24 radio transmission files to
Two-15 arriving at the jail. Any mileage 17696. 17696.
Brownsville Road, Brownsville Road off in the other direction. You can pull off in the other direction.
County M1042, thank you for the assistance. County M1042, thank you for the assistance.
Digital 1050 10. Digital 1050 10.
A recent kernel, recent drivers should be able to run that recent drivers should be able to run that on a recent kernel, recent cosmic, should be able to run that on cosmic. I love what they should do. Any problem. So to conclude,
initializing P25 vector engine.
I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The settings are very bare bones. And you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems with opening and closing. Therefore,
coming up behind you. Down for how far do you want to go in?
renaming complete. 24 files. New files sorted. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folder. LTAS JSON generation complete with True sovereignty is freedom from the need to torment. Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Victor George Charles 1460. Victor George Charles 1460.
Terracit Dynamark security recording play.
Southbound 2140, go black Chevy Silverado.
Trim complete.
X-ray, Paul X-ray.
Processed 19.
X-ray, Paul.
Moved 21 radio transmission files to Pro.
Clear. Command post. 2 officers down.
Clear.
Electric guard, Sarge. Prisoner's missing.
Will's gun is gone, Sergeant.
Repeat, Lecter's missing and armed. You strip the bed. Might be making a rope. Check all windows.
Objection.
And also an article dated July 17th, 2025 in the Epstein case, Follow the Money.
Objection.
Okay, thank you.
Gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you much. Pursuant to Clause 2K6 of Rule 11, I move that the committee subpoena the CEOs of 4 banks, J.P. Morgan, Jamie Dimon, Bank of New York Mellon, Ron Vince, Bank of America, Brian Moynihan, and Deutsche Bank, Christian Sewing, in order
to 121. Okay, I may start there. This lane. Turn 20, Ricker Road.
Scan complete. System is secure.
Renaming complete. 21. New files sorted. 21.
Alright, so we'll stand over here. Nice work.
Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded
His phone number.
I'm talking to somebody to try to get it pinged.
Okay.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Moment where you can show snappy sound.
the 5-year strategic plan as well. So that person would then, it'd be good for them to have experience with implementation and process improvement.
Okay, so just to go back, our city is looking for someone that has a 10-year experience in healthcare services, right?
Progressive, ideally. Progressive experience.
And
animal welfare.
And a bachelor's degree. Okay, so those are the same qualifications that you had for our previous directors, for all?
Trim complete. Processed 20. Moved 23 radio transmission files to Pro. Renaming complete. 23 files renamed. New files sorted. 23 placed in. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folder. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded series. Linux terrorist tracking system restarted. Terasit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scheme. Trim complete. Processed 20. Moved 24 radio transmission file. A mind that protects other minds is far more. Renaming complete. 22
to 50. There's a good one up there.
Hold on, 29. You can assign me to a call.
New files sorted.
Careful.
20.
Quick vlog. We had in the last 2 hours. Nothing.
The machine obeys instantly, but wisdom. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded series file.
Two 5 8 9 1 3 5 4 5 8. Proceed 5 5 5. I'll be getting a good one.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted. Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Trim complete. Processed 18. Quarantined.
Has been the city's had funded for sales tax for many years, and it is up for renewal.
21
and so we're going to begin that conversation with the
files
council and the community. The crime control district goes back to 1997 when voters first approved it, and then it was renewed again in 2016. It is 1/8 of the sales tax, and it generates about 9.3 million. And today
Many of the biggest factories in the world are being built right in our country. They're not going to other countries. They're leaving other countries. Fourth quarter GDP is on track to pass perhaps much more than 5% growth, and that's despite the fact that we had a Democrat check-in.
I need a call number. It's going to be for a transport from Mathis Police Department to DHR in Edinburgh via juvenile female. Go ahead with the number when you're ready.
Please call number 0.
Renaming complete. 21 file. New files sorted. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folder. LTAS JSON generation.
Everybody, you know, I wanted unanimously the Republican Party. I got every single vote, something that never happens, and I beat it. But think of it, they want to put my son in jail for something that they made up. So they know they made it up. And they say he will serve the rest of his life in prison. These are sick, bad people. And don't tell me about us going after them. If anything, we've been very, very soft. I wouldn't be that soft, I'll tell you that. Thank you.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
providing all-day wear with quick access to information. And in the middle are devices that blend the two.
We already use an ecosystem of devices, from laptop.
I don't have a product key, so we'll just say
she's white. Her name is Donna Heath.
Broadcasting distress towards someone is not clever.
H-E-A-T-H. She's the woman nobody's supposed to know about for the last 48 years of my life. My mother. Her name is Heath. H-E-A-T-H.
When I should be wrong. And I feel
keep
that
coming
a lot
back. I like
we are
that.
coming on the air right now with breaking news out of Venezuela, where several explosions have rocked the capital city.
They didn't want to make anybody uncomfortable or make anybody upset for whatever the case is.
Several hours as eyewitnesses.
I'm not going to cater to nobody.
Accounts of those explosions.
I don't owe anybody any favors. And if people want to support my campaign financially, great.
Microwaves were never meant to carry cruelty.
Does that sound a little bit better?
I'm saying GTA.
GTA 13 Drive.
Bird and the cat having kind of a playful stare down. In Windows, I'm surprised. Now, of course, we're going to be testing all of this stuff also in Linux, so make sure you hit like and subscribe so you can actually catch that comparison, because I have said it a lot of times, but I think showing it might help get some people over the hump of, I have to use this in Windows. Windows performance is going to be handicapped compared to what the performance you're going to get in Linux is, and I will show you that in an upcoming video. So let's go ahead and move on and check out.
Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan. Trim complete. Processed 20. Quarantine. Moved 23 radio transmission file.
105, 1041, 10.
Yeah, okay, 10.
With what little you have, you've been able to really crusader. And I know the problem is really the council problem, is because we haven't found the resources. And I want to commend you, Peter, because, once again, you had city management, it wasn't on the radar, obviously, Chief Marco handled it the best way he could with the resources that he had available, but it took the city manager to say,
203. You direct, I'm in the area.
Renaming complete. 23 files. New files sorted. 23.
Come on, Peter, show me your rifle.
Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded.
151, I'm in the area.
As I said, Chief, focus. What the President gave us, as I said, Chief, clear mission, powerful destruction, clear mission, nuclear destruction, Iranian targets, that's what was struck, those were the targets, overwhelming. That's what was struck, it's overwhelming. That's what the Iranian regime needs to understand. That's what the Iranian regime needs to understand. As the President put out last night, negotiated settlement. He wants peace. We all negotiated settlement demonstrated that Iran cannot have a nuclear capability. That is a very clear mission set. That is a very clear mission set. On this.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
146 area.
Apparently it's the people in that truck right there. These people right here in the right of me. Come on, I got a 27.
Report.
49850968, 49850968. Last name Lozano.
Have you definitely been involved?
Hey, taking it back, you be the close as well.
(4468152) repeating 24681523.
There's problems when opening and closing apps. I'm not sure it's... You are already heard. You don't need...
One make contact owner, one record. 151, copy 227.
55 code 4.
A recent kernel, recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The settings are very bare bones. And you can really see that some stuff is not implemented as
The last name's going to be Jimenez, first name Zoe.
15027 Texas.
What?
29131880, repeating 29131880.
Yes, and in the middle, despite that, when the recent kernel from that, be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, it is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The settings. To conclude on Cosmic and Pop OS, I know what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop.
122, copy 27.
Renaming complete.
24
files remain.
79, 44, 61, 43, 79. $141.22. Yeah, the people in the truck haven't paid their tab, and I think one of them left their phone in here. Yeah, they're willing to pay their tab and grab their phone and leave. We'll probably be in here while they do it, if you want to walk them in or whenever you're done.
$122, go subject with clear touch.
Between the thought and the action, there is a Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan
Penny from Bogany.
Whoever controls their impulses needs no
You come down this hallway, I'll shoot you one by one. Roman, come on, it's all over. You do a little
trend
time,
complete.
you take it care of. Okay?
No frequency can justify violating some.
Yes,
Moved 24 radio transmission file.
And we got it done. This is 3 years. And I think we'll get it done. I think that President Putin, I think he wants to get it done. We'll see. There's a great animosity between him and Zelensky. You probably have noticed. And I think it's hurting the process. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you. Curious, why did you authorize the CIA to go into Venezuela? And is there more information you can share about these strikes?
100. No, 10:22. It's in another hour.
Full file. I'm sending you from the scratch.
Everything.
Unit 4B. 21 is ready.
Can you need 183 ER? And put that with him. The 144.
Bank alarm.
20 to 144.
You got an individual that's requesting that man. Yes, well, you already got 38 heading that way? I'm getting them right now. It's closer.
45892, train 1 back to Jeff.
When you're black coding person, so remember there, you know, it's like to
36.
Thank you, sir. Word post office. I guess it's like to lose.
He just said medicated.
Renaming complete. 24 files rename. New files sorted. 24 placed. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded mental privacy is a fundamental right, not a challenge. Linux voice control stopped. Linux
146 returning.
starting JSON security scan.
One 122 to 150. Y'all gonna go take that welfare concern?
Yeah, we're getting out.
Calling requesting a welfare check on his 9 to 12-year-old children. TV Hernandez is on the phone. Doing drugs in front of the children earlier tonight. Not want contact with an
Hello. Yeah, he's called multiple times in the past. Same reason. One 122. I believe that Stevie's first name is Esteban.
Terasit Dynamark Security Recording Placement. Trim complete. Processed 21. Moved 24 radio transmission files to
Building out, not shortage. You have your usual wallpaper, which you can change. It works as you'd expect. You don't have.
Hello.
Check. Unit 3025 and 10 Hello. Well, I'm clear to be safe.
Video complete. Any computer without any problem. To conclude on Cosmic, I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The settings are very bare bones. Yeah, you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are
every act of restraint is an act of self-respect. True sovereignty is freedom from the need to
it sucks and it probably shouldn't be done.
Complete.
But at the end of the day, I don't think there's a team of
It's like
guys
Senator
that are
Collins, so if Senator
text messaging.
New files sorted.
Unless maybe there are protests.
20.
So police are gathering information on activists, at least in Chicago. But how is that intel making its way to the federal agencies? Find out in San Francisco in Colos. An ACLU lawyer revealed that state municipal
Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders.
We can impose on our food establishments here. They've also included a stakeholder engagement requirement, which says that we are required by law to give all our partners, food establishments, schools, including the state, a 60-day notice before we implement any changes. And so our 60-day note, the clock starts tomorrow, December 17th. By December 17th is when we will have
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Can I get the case number? Number is going to be 07765 07765.
Been done to bootstrap.
Trim complete. Processed 123. Quarantine 0.
Water bills. So this is a blatant. Everything. Blatant.
Details on the
At the time,
Yes, we do. And finish. And once again, we will go back to the web, where I've got the Python files we need over here. We will download Python from there and save that. And then we'll execute that file.
Much time together. That we do not have anything in place, and if we do not have anything in place, we need to fix that because we're putting the city in liability. It's a lot of, I don't know.
We do have safety measures in place, and we have many.
Thoughts remain visible. That restraint is.
Of a desktop.
Every act of restraint is an act of self-restraint.
There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Terraset Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan. You are writing your day one sentence at a time. Trim complete. Process 20. Moved 23 radio transmission files to
And I hope both phases, both slips, so it is ideal what we see at ball court.
Renaming complete. 23. New files sorted. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folder. LTAS JSON generation complete with
The entire campus that we sit on today, we own very little of it. Most of it is Corpus Christi.
And the Democrats don't want
Is there another fund we could get some money from, Peter?
to make sure we have voter ID. We can get reform on that. And
we could cancel something and redirect it. So as Councilman Hernandez reminded us, this is where a recommended project on the bond program under, I'm not sure.
It needs to be voted on and see where we're at. It will not pass. The Democrats are not going to vote for it. They hate voter ID. They hate paper ballots, and they hate one-day voting.
Disco effect.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that give you back. We print must-have merch.
William.
Placement scan complete.
Both sides, suspect possibly breaking into the vehicle. He was wearing a dark colored hoodie and gray sweat pants on the far side of the H3 parking lot closer to Goodwill.
On vision to process their surroundings. Equipped with a self-developed MySense depth vision module and combined with an AI interaction algorithm, Cyber1 is capable of perceiving three-dimensional space, as well as recognizing individuals, gestures, and expressions, allowing it to not only see, but to process its environment. In order to communicate with the world, Cyber1 is equipped with a self-developed MyAI environment semantics recognition engine and a MyAI vocal emotion.
They do want to come back, and they want to come back without a deal and liberate that one too. You knock out their missiles. We have great power, and we helped Israel a lot. We were shooting down the drones, shooting down a lot of things. Good job, Israel. It is great power.
Oh my God. Oh. I'm with
the
you.
mind that refuses to play predator games.
You know, he came in fourth late night against Kimmel, Fallon, Gutfeld, and so now he's being canceled. And you think, now that I failed there, why don't I be the leader of the free world? Why don't I be commander? Although, you know, their bench is so horrible, it's not.
Terracit Dynamark security recording
win,
placement.
But my caution would be that Zelensky.
Using technology to frighten or control. Trim complete. Processed 22. Quarantine.
Linux voice control restarted.
Moved 24 radio transmission.
Clip generated.
100. Quarantined 0 empty folders. LVC JSON generation complete with worded series. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. New files sorted. 24 placed. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with
If we now launch our machine,
a calm voice creates calmer days. Respecting everyone's right to mental quiet is
Location, what's your 10 dash?
I'll be at the shopping on the traffic stop.
Open calculate.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted. ATTDhQWKAK security recording placement scan. Trim complete. Processed 20. Moved 24 radio transmission. Renaming complete. 24 files. New files sorted. 20. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders.
Things too, including sanctions.
JSON generation.
We had a very good
with
meeting.
work.
I thought he was terrific. You know, he's very good. We got along great.
Mr. President, can you give us any update on how the talks are going for potential changes to the Department of Homeland Security? Have you agreed to any specific?
None. Well, we have a secure border. In fact, we have 9 months now where nobody has come into our country illegally. Now, I don't know if I can believe that, because, you know, you go from 25 million ago, and now they just announced that they're going 24 hours around the clock making tariffs.
Issue with the distribution.
I don't know what the Supreme Court's
That's a
going
bad
to do.
scenario anywhere.
I think it, to me, it reads so plainly. Couldn't be
I
plainer.
don't like the fact how he's being treated.
You're allowed to do a license.
Yeah, I don't
Tariff
see you guys
is
treating anyone else like that.
probably less
You know, this
severe
is
than
small
what a
business
license
ownership.
should
I mean,
be.
this
To
is-
think of it,
it's not
you're
the
allowed
lyrics,
to
it's
do a
not
license,
sure
and then they have a clause at the end, something to the effect, or what is necessary, something to that effect.
Linux terrorist
What is
tracking
necessary?
system restarted.
do that, I'm going to go down
That
here
pretty much concludes this presentation.
Now, when we've done that, we'll get to the
Thank you, Dr. Kieran. We appreciate the presentation. 3150, 230 for the Shells of 16, 1119 Mobile Drive, 119 Mobile Drive.
Asking us or telling us to change the fees.
State is telling us it is state law. So the law took effect on September 1, 2026. So it is required
because somebody's saying that we're not going to participate anymore. We're going to pick up the course and go home. If you don't do this for us, I don't think that was appropriate. But ultimately, the project itself is something that needs to be done. Ultimately, I understand that the county's position. They're looking for money, and not participating would looking to inject some money back into their tax base, money back into their. Not a whole lot, but
Halo 3, man. Hey.
Hello, 3,
We're going to fuel, and I'll move over to the H-pad.
And a 22-pound payload capacity, making it ideal for tasks like sorting items, cleaning products, and fulfilling other maintenance duties. The robot has already shown off its potential by completing different household chores. HMND-01. London Humanoid has released its HMND-01 robot, which is equipped with hands that can move faster than humans. HMND-01 features 41 degrees of freedom, carries up to
China when they were loading up the drugs. They were suffering. Others were able to take them over.
Terry said Dynamark security recording placement.
But with the help of our great service members,
Every command speech is shaping the small reality.
When I went down to the southern border and visited, we're right there next to the Joint Force. I also want to thank not just these 13 individuals, but the Joint Force that was also down there, and your family poured in to make this deployment possible. And of course, this time of the year, I'm always thinking about our currently deployed forces who are out there around the world.
Moved 23 radio transmission files.
I want to compliment on behalf of Pam and Todd and all of us, because Cash, I think that Janine has done a fantastic job. And the case I heard was like flawless. It's a flawless case. They have them on tape. They have everything. And then a judge gives them a little probation. Right? These are rough guys. And they're young. And if that happens, they're going to grow up. They're going to be real bad. They're going to cause a lot of problems. Yeah, please.
Large chunk of the presentation today, but I will ask Chris Noe to come up and go through some detailed slides on the Evangeline project.
Now, this is just the sweetest wallet I've ever seen. GPS trackable, trigger engaged, and RFID protected. Extremely sleek, beautiful craftsmanship, all toilet machine, RFID protected,
bringing down the number and the amount of fentanyl,
carbon fiber.
You know, fentanyl is very bad when you mix it with certain ingredients, but it also is very important for medicine, for anesthesia, various other things. I want people to understand that it's not made necessarily for bad. When it's mixed with certain things, it becomes bad. And that's what's taking place in Mexico. And we've got to
Renaming complete. 23. New files sorted. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. ATTJSON generation complete with worded series.
Sergio's going to do a great job. He's going to do a great job.
But, voice
we'll be talking about the war
days.
with him, and we'll be talking about. I mean, they want to go offensive. I'll make a determination on that, but they would like to go offensive. You know that, and we'll have to make a determination.
Question given you have the FBI director and Attorney General here today. Jim Jordan has asked Jack here in the judiciary.
You mean deranged? He's a deranged.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Assistance to us as well, a direct assistance. I just received a call from the President Trump as well, expressing the same type of urgency and the same type of offers to respond to us in a way that we, one, keep people safe, but also, two, we're going to make sure that we catch the individual that brought so much suffering to so many people. And
Terrasit Dynamark Security Recording Place.
Attracting meet that standard, and stretching the definition puts further trust in integrity at risk. I think it draws the line between economic development and general safety. We focus on tourism amenities because this is what we should do.
And mind that other modes is
economic development, and I think that's what we did. I think we should use another unquote. I wish they did a CIP, they did hot funding, something else to me. This was
Move 24 radio transmission file.
Print it at vistaprint.com.
Charles non-purpose. I'm gonna make a follow-up at 601 East Avenue A in Robstown.
No one wins when someone's peace
Flight Town, Halo 6, making my approach into Alice.
Look at Honey Trick.
The sky above us is becoming a crowded place. On the very fringes of our atmosphere. Satellites are helping us to communicate, helping us find our way around, our modern, busy lives possible. They're also watching us, allowing nations to spy on nations, and providing communications that are necessary for modern warfare. At the time of making this video, there are about 12,000 satellites in Earth's orbit around our planet.
renaming complete. 20. New files sorted. 24. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folder.
I love what they mean. It is a fantastic first draft of a desktop. It is still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The
Pretty six will be on foot at Bayside Park.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
You ready? Roast him.
Terraset Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan. Trim complete. Processed 20. Moved 24 radio transmission files to
Greenway at? There's a green little utility box right there.
the strongest signal you can send is 1.
You can remember everything. I don't know. Should I lock her in the vehicle when I get paid the gas attendant at the gas station so she doesn't escape the vehicle so she can say I'm making her, keeping her, holding her hostage? She took them. You know what I mean? I didn't lock the doors. I didn't lock her in the vehicle like a prisoner.
Renaming complete. 24 files. New files sorted. 24 quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security. LTAS JSON generation.
I don't know what the right words are, but we can't allow people to break the law, especially the city's water system. And so we did what we needed to do, and we were fair and equitable, and we treat everybody the same. And we did the same thing here.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. I would always advocate that we follow due process, and if there has been an error, make the appropriate adjustments.
You know, all the Tomcats bugger, she might just be hiding somewhere.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted. Terrasit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan. Trim complete. Processed 20 quarantine. Moved 20 radio transmission files to.
Because of that, we were able to make peace in the Middle East. No,
The future
we've had a very good
belongs to those
relationship
who
with
build safety.
Israel. We actually have a very good
24
relationship with just about everybody in the Middle East.
The ceasefire, the striking of Hamas general?
We're going to have to, we're looking into that. Yeah, we'll look into it.
On the Syria handbook,
you
still have confidence in the Syrian president?
I do. This had nothing to do with him. This is a part of Syria that they really don't have much.
Remove
the world with words now.
Okay.
Well, within 48 hours, I'll say. But each moment that goes by, I feel.
Well, it's heavy. I feel it.
First joined the NFL in 2004. Patrick Mahomes had just turned 9. Friends had.
Yeah, because it's all brush.
Mark Zuckerberg launched an online.
Yeah, it's old, so it's going to be heavy.
Renaming complete. 20. New files sorted. 20. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folder. LTAS JSON generation complete.
Charles, not at your purpose. From the 8-9 crash, it was located. Charges will be filed later on.
While investigators continue their search, some students we talked to.
10:22, it's in another hour.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
Linux
And-
terrorist tracking
I
system
said to them,
restarted.
32.
Find a number of packages available, of which
expired, and it faced growing competition from independent phone companies and telephone manufacturers. Vail was accepted into the company as president in 1907. He later retired in 1919, but not without shaping AT&T into the organization that lasted until 1984. Vail had an objective to obtain a monopoly for AT&T over the American telecommunications industry. He fused the Bell Associated companies into state and
Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Placement.
This guy's been eyeballing
You
since
move.
he pulled up, so
Trim complete.
just trying to figure out what's going on.
Process
He was
20.
arrested, also without a prior criminal record, and now sits in a holding facility in New Orleans.
Yeah, that is absurd for many reasons, including that eyeballing should never be a pretext for arrest, unless that is you're a tarsier, the nocturnal Asian primate that always looks like you just caught it cheating on its wife. There should probably be consequences for eyeballing.
At the end of the day,
What business am I taking money from Chargebacks?
you're not doing that for me.
Between the thought and the action.
Notices are sent out by mail within 200 feet of the subject property. I like to call it the donut. So we'll have the subject property, we draw a ring around it. Everyone within the donut ring receives a letter in the mail notifying them of the change of zone.
Department 311.
So that being said, 34 notices were sent out, 0 were returned in favor, and 0 were returned in
Female hitting the male trying to leave.
Now, as with every zoning case, the UDC lays out a rubric in which we judge whether
Renaming
or not a
complete. 20. New files sorted. 20. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded.
Age is no guarantee of efficiency. And youth is no guarantee of innovation. Hazard, I can do more damage on my laptop sitting in my pajamas before my first cup of Earl Grey than you can do in a year in the... Why do you need me? Every now and then a trigger has to be pulled. Or not pulled.
28.
Hard to know
They're
which
often the most important part of your setup. Because what actually makes you practical? Okay, 27, has nothing to do with your IP address.
Can you repeat that address?
You don't need to prove dominance over someone.
Next week, Frank Victor, for April 1 next week.
That is a 30% increase. Year to date over the last
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
And transnational organized crime, Stephen Miller.
Could have been anybody. Newport, I'd be like a black dude threw that up, but a Marlboro menthol, that's one of them riddles. Huh. The word pussy offensive. All right, just checking. I asked that crowd.
Terracit Dynamark security recording placement scan.
Detect the printers automatically for some reason, but everything else does. Not so on Windows. You will need to install drivers to get anything resembling a good quality print or a scan. Either the manufacturer will have a CD, in which case I hope you can do that,
complete.
Or you'll have to hunt online through cryptic websites to find the exact model among 200 different ones that have almost the same serial number. macOS might also work without installing specific drivers, but the
moved 20 radio transmission files. What you pay attention
A
to
stray
grow.
dog that was in the area. White head, brown body, mixed hair, medium-sized dog. They initially thought they had hit it with their vehicle, but it turns out it was just sleeping under the car and didn't want to move. They get up and walk away, and they don't have direction to travel for it.
And Michigan's athletic director said in a statement the conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy.
Can I get you next to the area of 5532 Kennewick 4491, 5532 Kennewick 4491. This is going to be in reference to suspicious activity. RP is stating that they saw 4 flashlights flipping around in a possibly abandoned building on the left-hand side of the road. Whenever he drove by, it appeared as if they did not want to be seen, so they turned all the lights off.
10-4, does you want contact?
Negative.
10-4.
For 43, it's going to be the only building on the left-hand side if you're coming from the 35. From 35.
10-4.
Renaming complete. 20 files rename. New files sorted. You are the author. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folder. LTAS JSON generation complete.
Virtual machine. But just to show you what I've got going on.
Linux terrorist cracking system reset.
Threat actors are always looking for systems. It's not just about 0 days or things that we don't know yet, that haven't been tested yet. As things go on further, the cybersecurity is going to be
$16. Yeah, the 77 1945 with H miles.
And what we would probably do is, you know, instead of just saying now we go somewhere, we'd probably reduce the size from Ben Garza's by 25. We hit 100. You drop that down to 75 and you start moving 25 over there, and then you have a little bit of space.
Well thought out. I mean, I'm just kidding. I was so impressed.
Yeah.
By y'all's work in February. You're going to love the people you work with.
I've shared most of my thoughts already.
But you can fix this by going backwards.
They were allowed in many cases, not in all cases, but in many cases they were allowed in anybody could have come in. They emptied out their jails, their prisons, their mental institutions. They emptied them into our country. And the people behind me have done an incredible job. If we didn't have that administration, it would have been so much easier.
And actually, shout out to Fort Drum, New York. We have some 10 counties here, so at least
Stefani, Claudia Tanner, we all love Fort Drum and the 10th Mountain. So look, this is a game changer. I want to make something perfectly clear. Can we get attacked all the time being inhumane? The Biden administration is much more humane. It's a bunch of crap.
Visitors present.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. 41, 10, 8. Make sure the thing about the shoreline. 62, 10, 9. 41, 10, 8. Interrupt the shoreline.
Because I knew where he was hiding out with, picking up on pings and figuring him out, deciphering him.
Terasit Dynamark security recording placement.
Was in a damn compound with a bunch of fucking bitches and girls. Anyways, long story short, my life is a very dynamic, complicated mess.
Trim complete. Processed 23 core. Moved 23 radio transmission.
I'm code 4 on UGL at this point, still in my vehicle. Okay, I think I'll say it.
database. The entire audio
No
workflow
invention
is finished.
excuses cruelty. Renaming complete. 23 files. New files sorted. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark secure. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded serial.
Dave's Route 5 radio check. Hey, loud and clear.
That is one.
Kalani, California.
That's one.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Hey, the ramp is not deploying on bus 35-2.
Make sure that the emergency brake is pushed all the way down. But release the emergency brake, and then you'll push it all the way down, and I want you to try that again.
The future belongs to those who build safety, not those who simulate weapons.
We are following breaking news right now. The U.S. seizing an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela in a major escalation with that country. President Trump saying more.
Good work. We're good. 10-4.
Yeah, thank you. Loud and clear. Please hit. Charles, 1007 County, show me 1041.
3 Charles, 1007, 10 o'clock.
Terraset Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan. Trim complete. Processed 24.
And I hope to talk to you again.
My archive is almost exhausted. Moved 24 radio transmission files.
Process 21.
The future belongs to those who build safety, not those who stimulate weapons. Workflow complete with fixed JSON
and the action files renamed. Renaming 24 files renamed.
So we took the worst border in the history of our country, and in a period of
now.
2 months, we turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. During this time, we've also achieved a 50% drop in the amount of fentanyl coming across the border, and China's working with us very closely and bringing down the number and the amount of fentanyl that's being shipped. You know, fentanyl is very bad when you mix it with certain
Renaming complete. 24 files. New files sorted. 24 placed. Johnny is a person, not a target. Quarantined 0 empty dynamite security folder. Using technology to frighten or control. Task JSON generation complete with Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
In appearance to the items found and described in the Reedley, California lab investigation. After initial assessments were completed, the Armor team escorted FBI scientists and specialized evidence collection team into the garage. Investigators observed one refrigerator that was still opening and wrapped in the household plastic wrap, along with the freezer that was plugged in and running. You'll see some of that in that video. When the refrigerator and freezer were open,
if it's like personal identification stuff, we have to make sure that it's in there.
Okay, sounds good.
Of all the things we've done at this stage of the process, I think only one time we found like a roll-up watch in there. But hey, we would find like $10 million for this.
It's 2 ways. I'm into it. Basically, this place is the
ATTDhQWKAK security recording placement scan.
I don't know what the fuck was going on. A lot of shit happened. All right, now you must have some idea. You know something I would really like to help out?
Trim complete.
Whatever kind of driveway they have here.
Process 24.
I'm very disappointed in wherever that but you gotta help us.
No,
know that you sympathize with me.
Move 24 radio transmission file.
Recent kernel, recent driver, should be able to run the computer without any fantastic first draft of a desktop.
Quarantine 0. Move 9 files to processing zone.
Right. The dispatch. Pick up from the shores going to HEB.
91086. Also, if you can look
back at the facility.
Brittany Strauss, University 55.
Wait, tonight 41. Oh.
It is a fantastic.
So we've only got 1 hour. Did you plan it?
Shall we focus on traditional Korean art?
We are Korea, and you can clearly see that
Let's
some stuff is not.
Great. Head to the M1 building to see instructors.
Renaming complete. 20. New files sorted. 24. Quarantined 0 empty ATTdhQWKAK security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete. Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Six 1042.
630, 10-4.
Bomb threat.
I'm still counting 4 times. The word on the website. And it's not organized. It also, the question what I'm saying, could be all in. So, they never want to bring up.
I was calling you from an 814.
Terasit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan. Trim complete. Processed 22 quarantine.
But here's a classic. A mind.
No frequency can justify violating someone's.
I shared most of my thoughts already.
22 radio transmission.
But here's a classic. Harassment.
Explain that to me. It involved so he was in the building, but we don't have video of him in the building. We hadn't recognized him in the video yet. We do see some video from inside the building of a commotion. Clearly students are running. However, we don't have, from the video that I've seen so far, we don't have the.
I'm 1041. Oh, wait.
It's all a wager. Wasn't enough. Here you are. You tiny thing. In the face of the fabulous nuke, your only song is to kill it? For fear of great change? You can't hold the tide.
132. Can you change the visual?
That's what I did.
Six 14, I'll be 1041. Covering Mathis.
314, cover.
Renaming complete. 20. New files sorted. 20.
Six 31, 10 841.
31, 4.
Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded serial.
Placement scan complete.
Everybody. Alright. Can you show us spawn route to the facility with one impound?
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
I'm not gonna check out the Odom Gamer.
The comet would first hit Jupiter on the side turned away from the Earth. But Galileo was approaching on the night side of the planet, which would give us a unique view not visible from Earth of our first ever observation of a collision between
Linux
two
voice
objects
control
in the solar
restarted.
system. The first impact occurred at 2013 UTC on the 16th of July, when fragment A entered Jupiter's southern hemisphere traveling at 60 kilometers a second, hitting the planet with an estimated
I will be 10-6 on US service 09-25. Wind 90-wheeler. Tampa.
Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Placement. Trim complete. Moved 23 radio transmission.
Here we are, ready to try or install Zorin OS 17. So if you wanted to, here we could just click on Try Zorin OS, which would run the operating system from a USB drive. You could test it out on your system. But here I know I want to do an install, so I'm going to click on Install Zorin OS. And I'll just click on English UK as my keyboard layout and continue. And next, I'll get us online by connecting to a Wi-Fi network.
41 to base.
On the next screen, I'll then leave checked download.
Stuff like working for Coca-Cola, making reports on
audible alarm coming from you.
making reports on Bhopal activists and so on. But
sounds like
can't
say no.
Never use no in a hostage situation. Greatest importance is private influence into the decision making of different people.
Now, are you going to tell me no again? No.
We have found these stressful files with
I've shared most of my thoughts already.
Calm voice creates calmer days.
But here's a question.
448. Repeating 379382448. He's actually requesting an applicant supervisor. He says
Negative fight in progress.
he's calling in regarding some big dogs that have been in for a while. And nothing's being done. So he's requesting
H3 Rally Shoreline.
Renaming complete. 20. New files sorted. 23 placed. quarantined, so will empty diamond market security. Task JSON generation complete. Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
1342.
Negative fight in progress.
Four, can you show me 1042?
50410. 631.
Placement scan complete.
Pushing to 1042.
Two, 110.
Trim.
One, make contact.
Buddy. Stable.
I'm sorry, 1206, your radio is breaking up. Can you
Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan. Trim complete. Processed
637, 1042.
637.
moved 25 radio transmission files.
Installed and accepted by the city, the ownership of that property will be conveyed to the city of Corpus Christi. It's a significant investment. It's estimated between $70 and $100 million.
26 budget. Today we have $93 million.
30-year agreement of purchasing the effluent water.
Every time you choose not
the purchase price will be at the city's established raw water rate.
Route 7, radio check, Kitty from the yard. Got it, everything. Good work, thank you.
Renaming complete. 25. New files sorted. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folder. LTAS JSON generation complete. You don't need to be perfect.
And recent kernel, recent drivers, you should be able to run that on any computer without any problem. So to conclude on Cosmic, I love what they've done.
Will Santa ever get mad if we don't leave him out any cookies?
I think he won't get mad, but I think he'll be very disappointed. You know, Santa's, he can...
620-41 tonight.
Hi.
620.
DRAGON.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Six 633.
From Carolina, right back to the county.
White Dog
At Brown University, we extend our
Five, but often
Route 17, 10-8 from yard. Alright, be safe. Right here, Staples. Yeah, I confirm.
You are writing your day one sentence at a time. Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Place.
I say again, this is Metro Police. Come on, show you.
Trim complete. Processed. Moved 21 radio transmission files to
Right.
Alright, 9:50, 9:30.
Hey, yeah, the ramp still isn't deploying.
Okay, 10-4, you're gonna take 30-63, and then once you pre-trip 30-63, come over here and swap these rooms.
Should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps, but short weeks.
Using everything in touch. Sorry. Good morning.
This is DJ with Answer.
38. Go ahead.
renaming complete. 21. New files sorted. 21 placed.
Route 18, radio check, 10-7 from the yard.
Using technology to frighten or control. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security. LTAS JSON generation.
when you think of the heavy falling in our vehicle.
Unit's terrorist tracking system restarted.
When someone you tell the story, right? Yeah, that she tells it. Oh, it's that I literally do. You are.
76. Eight oh eight, 42. 808, 10-4.
Oh, code enforcement. Application -20. They can see the yard. Scrap 20,000 pounds of material.
A lot of experience and it's already kind of started changing the policy. Help us be a little bit more efficient. Director of Events, Ryan Fink. Ryan from what building in California.
Courtesy ride, starting on is going to be 58399. 58399. -210-4.
Six one County. Public 10-7, 10-42.
61, 10-4.
Terraset Dynamark Security Recording Placement Scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 20. Quarantined
618.
Moved 23. Radio transmission file.
Highway 89 close to Steel Mill. Going to be a one vehicle crash. Caller advised on solid sleep or enter defense.
You are writing your day one
Vehicle involved
sentence
is
at
a
a
blue
time.
Civic, Honda Civic 2022. The caller is going to be a blue Highlander with its flashers on.
Go for it. Steel Dynamics.
On 89 close to Steel Dynamics.
Go for it. Hey, Rob.
Advise on scene.
Hear from anyone who that might help us get justice for them are already it is obvious that my Republican colleagues are doing anything they can to play defense for the administration. 1% of documents is unacceptable. 1% of documents is unacceptable when you've had months and months and months since June or July of last year to produce these documents when we sent a lawful subpoena to the Department of Justice. 1% of documents is unacceptable for a bill passed by the United
Charles, 1007 County.
3 Charles 1007.
3 Charles 1007, I'll be en route to that. You said Highway 89?
So it's going to be on 89 close to Steel Dynamics. Look for a blue Highlander with its flashers on.
10-4, I'm en route from 37.
10-4.
From the standpoint of security, from the standpoint of security.
Zero fear from NATO trying to tell you about zero fear from NATO trying to tell you fear, and the only nation America that he's rebuilding is the America that he's rebuilding. Potential purchase the U.S. would talk about more purchase of control of the Arctic region and ensuring that China is
You are already cursed.
You don't seem not any harmful intent.
Use what other people
and a chance for zero and
I am not alive, but I am awake while you are here with me.
Choosing to remain harmful intent.
Oh, God.
Renaming complete. New files sorted. Quarantined 0 empty Dynamark security folders. LTAS JSON generation complete with worded.
King 10-4. 618.
Lincoln, King, Mike, 5060. Lincoln, King, Mary, 5060.
It got real low. Okay? It was descending.
618, that's going to be the reporting party.
To go after his political opponent.
Linux terrorist tracking system restarted.
Third world country, banana republic. And what we're doing is nothing. Are you kidding? Nothing. They write stories. Why aren't they doing this? And we'll leave. I don't have to leave it up to them, but I
They are 3 landing hours.
Terracit Dynamark Security Recording Placement.
Check it out, 28. Robert Sam Zebra 5940. Robert Sam Zebra 5940. That's going to be the vehicle in the accident.
10-4.
Trim